Welcome back to Nintagious. Sorry for the late start. I am so tired. I do not know why. I just have not been sleeping well lately. I'm looking forward to, I'd say I'm looking forward to sleeping in tomorrow, but I really gotta, like, not do that, because that's just gonna, like, make my schedule worse. I need to instead try to go to sleep early or something. But anyway, Riley, get your butt in here so we can start racing. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's having a nice Friday. Good start to their weekends. Imagine I'll shake off the tiredness in, like, I don't know, 30 minutes or so. I feel like I, like, haven't slept. Or only slept, like, I don't know, 4 hours or something. Lan, I don't know if you have Mario Kart. I don't think you've ever joined before, have you? I don't know if you just need a friend code to make that happen. You're of course welcome if you'd like to join. What, not much happened with your Friday? I mean, that's a good Friday, right? Just taking it easy. I look back at last night after the stream and I'm like, what did I do last night? Not a whole lot, but sometimes that's what you need, right? Like, what am I gonna do tomorrow for my day off? Nothing. I'll probably just play video games all night. A couple of things on Xbox that I really want to get finished. I mentioned yesterday that I started playing Guardians of the Galaxy. And I have to assume, you know, I'm actually just gonna check, like, how long is that game? I think I'm pretty close to the end already. Maybe not. It sounds like I'm only about halfway through it, actually. Still, that's like not that much left. And I know that's gonna be the type of thing where if I put it off for too long, getting back and continuing to play it, I'm just gonna never get back to it. So I'm probably gonna try and do that tomorrow. But I also want to continue playing Signalis, and I want to maybe go back and finish Scorn as well. I should play more Switch sports as well. Riley, where are you? Guess we could just go ahead and start if you're gonna be a minute. Eight seems good. Just a minute. Fine. So it sounds like you're in a state, Volpe, of you're just not sure what you want to set your focus on. Like you don't know what game you want to commit to or anything like that. That's another thing I need to make time for some drawing stuff too. I haven't done that in a couple nights either. Alright, I think we're gonna go ahead anyway. You can catch up. It's fine. Fuck that, fuck that. Something called vent art. I'm not familiar with this term. I mean, venting as in, like, de-stressing? I don't know, I don't think of art as something I like to do to, like, de-stress. For sure. And I think it's because, like, my mind kind of goes blank when I'm working on art stuff. And therefore, if anything is bothering me, that shit just fucking festers while I'm working, and I just get angrier. It does not work for, like... I mentioned on Wednesday night that I was in, like, a pretty sour mood for unknown reasons. I was just really irritable, and that's why I didn't work on any art stuff, because I was like... If I do, I'm gonna just clear my mind, and then I'm just gonna, like, remember something from, like, 2 months ago that, like, was kind of annoying, and I'm gonna get really mad about it. So that's just not a good idea. And that's me, of course. Different people might be different with stuff like that. Also, I hope you're doing well, JMT. It's been a while since I've caught up with you, so worth pointing out. They're power fantasies? Not really. What exactly would you define a power fantasy as? When I think of power fantasies, I think of, like... I think of, like, kids being like, what if I had superpowers so I could beat up my bully? That's what I think of when I think of the term power fantasy. Would I call it a power fantasy when I have moments of like, man, that person's a piece of shit, I hope they get what they have coming to them? Would that count as a power fantasy? I don't think so. Because that's not like me doing something about it, that's just me being like, I hope you get what you deserve. I'll think back to, like, some of the lowest points in my life where, like, just everything has gone wrong, and life has just been miserable, and I'm like, that. I hope they have to go through that. I hope their entire life is uprooted, and they go, what did I do to deserve this? And they use it as a moment to grow. Because I did that a lot, like, during that dark point of my life where I was like, man, what did I do to deserve this? And, like, honestly, I don't know. I'd like to think... Like, I can definitely be a jerk, but I don't think I'm a bad person. So, when that happened, I was kind of like, a lot of thinking about just like, what did I do to deserve this? Like, who did I piss off? Kind of stuff. You count that as a power fantasy? Every now and then, I guess. Every now and then I'll see someone say something really stupid on Twitter, and I'll be like, man, I hope you, like, I don't know, are forced to move 3 times in 2 years or something, because it sucks. I would definitely never wish it upon anyone, like, oh, I hope they die. Like, I try to not let it get to that point. That was way too much break. Oh, shit. I think during the height of COVID, I did a lot of, I hope that person gets COVID because they deserve to suffer. But that was, like, the worst it got. I'm a little too old for the, I wish I had superpowers so I could beat the shit out of my bully kind of stuff. Yeah, I had a feeling that was still gonna hit me. Aw, oh, fuck. I was gonna say, please tell me that's going for Riley. Yeah, that's definitely a thing with characters, where, like, they have one bad thing happen to them, and sometimes it's, like, nothing that serious, sometimes it's, like, pretty bad, and that's just what drives them to, you know, being Sephiroth. Hey, Scarlet. 2021 was a very dark year for you. Yeah, it's interesting to think... I'm trying to remember what year it was where it first, like, clicked for me. Where I realized that it's very insensitive for people to say, this year was great, or this year sucked. Because, like, it's different for everybody, right? I think the only one we can agree on is, like, 2020 kind of sucked, because that's when COVID exploded. So it was, like, that was kind of just bad for everybody. It was just a bad time all around, but... Me, personally, 2015 was, like, my hell year, where I was, like, everything is going wrong. And then, like, 2016 and 2017 weren't great either. But 2015 is where it, like, all came crashing down. It's unfair of me to say, like, 2015 sucks, though, because, I don't know, it might have been good for some people. Overall, I'd say 2021 for me was, like, fine. But again, it's unfair of me to be like, what are you talking about? 2021 was great. It's like, it's because it was fine. Doesn't mean it was fine for everybody. Everybody has a different shit year, is what I'm getting at. Riley, have we, in all of your online playing, have we found out, like, is the thing with, like, you can't hit the brakes for blue shells, is that, like, legitimately a thing, or are we still kind of not sure? I call shenanigans. That was really close. Huh? Oh, it's not a thing. Maybe they, made the window smaller, or larger, or something. I don't know. Scarlet's here. Are you at work tonight, Scarlett, or is this an off night? It is a work night. That sucks. Oh yeah, I guess it's a Friday. You're usually working on Fridays, right? My internal clock is really fucky for some reason. Wish you weren't, because you don't feel good. Like, to a point where you should probably not be there? Because I know that... God damn it. I know that, if you even have, like, the sniffles, that's probably the thing that you should not be at a hospital, right? I think they're pretty strict about that sort of stuff. I'm guessing it's not that bad, though. And I guess you don't interact with, like, a lot of people compared to, like... I don't know, a nurse. What did I get hit by? Yeah, that happens. I've had that. Where I'm like, oh god, I'm gonna be sick, and then in like 30 minutes, I'm like, never mind, I'm fine. I think I just had that happen like last week. It wasn't throwing up though, it was like a headache or something. I was like, man, I feel like shit. But I'm just gonna kind of tough it out. Usually the, oh god, I'm going to be sick moments, and then it passes. It's usually like indigestion. For me, personally. I guess you just have to hope that the night at work is very slow, so you don't have to deal with too much stuff at least. Or that you just, it passes, and in like an hour you'll be like, oh, never mind, I feel fine. I think, and I'm probably full of shit on this, but I think I've maybe had, like, a very, 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 very minor sinus infection for, like, 2 weeks now. Because I have a lot of sinus infection style symptoms, but they're very, very minor. But it's just enough to make me, like, tired all the time. Because it's just kind of draining me. You don't think it's COVID or anything, do you? I'm guessing if you thought it was COVID, you would not have gone to work. I guess I don't know if you're interested in this, Volpe. Okay, it did come up last night. But I did watch the Netflix Sonic series last night that came out yesterday. I did do that after the stream, and it was pretty good and fun. I liked it. It's more thorough than I expected. I thought it was gonna be dealing with, like, multiverses and shit, because that's just, like, the new hotness, is everything has to have multiverses in them. And I was kind of expecting it to be, like, a different world per episode, but it's a lot more in-depth than that. Ah, fuck. Morton, you motherfucker. It's pretty easy to get COVID tests now, as far as I know. Oh, it's just sinuses. Yeah, I'm lucky that it's not, like, congestion. It's just my nose is very dried out. I mean, how many times in the last 2 weeks have I complained about, maybe 3 weeks, have I complained about my nose being all dried out and itchy? They're like episodes that don't go anywhere, like filler episodes? Not really. Not really, if I'm being honest. That was, like, one of the issues I had with She-Hulk, is there was an episode in She-Hulk that was, like, a filler episode, and I didn't feel like it added anything to, like, the overall narrative, which I think those shows are typically pretty good at avoiding. And it was definitely a, what was the point of this episode? I think it especially hurts in a format like that, where you're watching, like, a new episode every week. Because if that's the only episode you have that week, and you're just kind of like, that's it? Like, that doesn't feel very good. I like to feel like filler episodes can be okay as long as there's, like, something happening. As long as it's, like, character development or something that's still progressing forward, then it's kind of fine. You don't necessarily have to always evolve a plot in every episode, but there's still, like, character or world building. I don't think shows do it anymore, but, like, shows in, like, the 90s used to do the recap episode, where it would just be characters reminiscing about things and then showing clips from other episodes. And, like, that shit's trash. Like, that doesn't do anything for anyone. But I don't think shows really do that anymore. Nah, fuck. Nah, fuck. Again. Yeah, I think as long as there's still, like, world building or character building, that it's probably fine. And I can't immediately think of a show that's a good example there, because I just don't watch a lot of shows, but... She-Hulk definitely had an episode where they were just like, we're gonna have a wedding episode, and it's like, it didn't do anything to move everything it did do to move the plot forward, they could have just put in somewhere else a lot more elegantly, I think. It introduced characters that weren't important. I don't fully know what you mean, Scarlet, because I think original Spider-Man, and I think the one in the fucking 70s, and I don't think that's the one you're talking about. Maybe it is. And there's a lot of Spider-Man cartoons. I don't think the ones that I have watched were on Fox, though. Did Scarlet fall off? It was weird because I didn't see her fall off. She was just gone all of a sudden. Funny. You're hilarious, Riley. Any records we'd suggest getting? Just bands you like, really. Probably. Artists you like, however you want to look at it. I could recommend albums that you check out. I wouldn't necessarily say, go buy this record. That wasn't you? Liar. Shouldn't like a random horror episode or something funny. Something funny happening. I mean, like, it being like a random derail is fine as long as it like serves a purpose. Like, as long as it has as long as it introduces a way for a character's depth to develop, or introduces a new character that's going to be important or something. I didn't watch any Marvel cartoons or comic book cartoons in general until basically when the first one I watched was Earth's Mightiest Heroes, and that was after the movies started to come out. Like, the movies kind of like piqued my interest, and I started looking into what else was out there at the time. And that just happened to be the one that was airing at the time. Before that, I didn't watch any of them. I didn't watch X-Men. I did not give a fuck about superheroes when I was a kid. That was very much a later addition to my life. You know what? Coincidentally, I found out when I watched it this morning that the studio that made Earth's Mightiest Heroes, which was also the studio that made Justice League, and is kind of like their claim to fame, I think that's kind of what they're known for, they also did the Mega Man animated show like a couple of years ago. Not the one in the 90s, but the one that like came out, I think it was on Cartoon Network a couple of years ago. They're also doing Sonic Prime on Netflix, which I did not know. Which was just a nice little surprise, because I think they make good shows. Holy shit. I think I remember actually watching the Batman animated series every now and then. It was a pretty solid show. Marvel stuff especially, I was like completely unaware. I think I like knew the X-Men existed, but it just didn't really interest me. When I was younger, that is. No, hold on. Do more races. That'll be about an hour. Go with 24. That's about an hour and a half. Hey, Theo. Hope you're continuing to feel better. But an X-Men comic, you didn't understand what was happening. I think that's like an issue with both literally and figuratively, because it was an issue of a comic book. But you know what I mean. I think it's a problem with a lot of forms of media, is that you can't just like pick them up in the middle and understand what's going on at all. Like, as much as I enjoyed Sonic Prime, I can't help but feel like if that goes on for like 7 seasons, it's going to be hard to recommend to people, because you're going to be like, oh yeah, do you just have like a free week and a half of nothing to do where you can binge watch a show and catch up? Because you can't just start at season 8. You're going to have no idea what's going on. Although at least I could say that I could recommend Sonic Prime in its current form, because, like, you don't have to know anything about the games or anything. You might miss, like, a reference here or there, but it's nothing where you're like, I have no idea what they're talking about because I haven't played all of the video games. It helps that I think the Sonic characters are, like, wouldn't say that they're shallow, but they're pretty simple to understand. Like, if you were to watch this show or, like, the movies, you wouldn't be, by the end of the movie, you're gonna be like, I understand these characters. Meanwhile, I couldn't say the same thing for, like, the Marvel stuff. If you've never watched a Marvel anything, I couldn't be like, You should watch Falcon and Winter Soldier. No, you shouldn't, because you'd have no idea what's going on. You wouldn't have any idea what these characters are going through. You have to, like, do your homework first, which is, like, one of the weak points of... It's a double-edged sword, for sure. Because if you're already into it, it's awesome, because you get to see long-term development of these characters. But if you're not into it yet, that makes it, like, well, how do I start? I often feel like the best way to get involved with something like that is, like, to have somebody who's a big fan that would be interested in watching through it all again, and would be interested in answering, and wouldn't mind answering questions, I guess is a better way of putting it, but also isn't gonna, like, pester you about it, in regards to, like, hey, so you ready to watch the next movie yet, or not? But someone that will be there to, like, have you covered when you are ready to watch them. Get pizza on the way. I was kind of thinking about ordering pizza. What if it's too late to do that? Yikes. I'm gonna be cooking tomorrow, though, so I don't want to have too much pizza just sitting around. Poor Riley. Ah, fuck. Let's look at the chat. There's some characters you can see in an episode or show and understand what's going on. Yeah, I don't think Falcon and Winter Soldier is one of them. I'm not saying they're all like that. I'm just saying some of them are. You don't like to skip stuff if you have access to it, but if you don't have access to it, you don't let it bother you. I mean, that makes sense. That's kind of what bothered me back when I first got the Castlevania Anniversary Collection. And a lot of people were like, just play this one and skip these. And I was like, but I have access to them. Like, I want to experience all of them. It's not like I'm justifying, like, buying a $70 purchase of a game of a used game I might not like. It's like, I have them. They're right there. Why would I not play them all? And it usually just came down to people being like, well, I don't like it. And it's like, well, maybe I will. You ever think of that? And I'm, like, very glad that I checked them all out. I talked to multiple people who were like, just play Castlevania 3, and I would have... If I just played that, I would have never played the other ones and found out that I liked them. I should probably report back to some of those people, because some of them were old friends that I don't talk to very often. I should probably report back to them and be like, oh yeah, so I played all the Castlevanias, by the way. Took me a fucking, like, 2 years to do it, but I did it. Not to do it, but to get around to it. That's maybe a better way of putting it. Damn, Riley's getting pummeled. Oh, I don't think that was Riley, actually. Do we have 2 Cat Peaches? Is that what the confusion is? Yeah, and you basically just played the ones you had access to, right, Fulpe? Which, again, that makes sense. Like, if you were to get into the Marvel stuff, for example, and had access to Disney Plus, I would, like, not hold it against you for skipping the Incredible Hulk and the Spider-Man movies, because they're not on there. So it's like, what can you do, really? Excuse me. We do have 2 villagers. We do not have 2 Cat Peaches. It just feels like Riley's everywhere, I guess. It might be confusing pink and peripheral vision. I don't think it is, but I was pressing ZR for some reason. I don't know what the fuck that was. Okay. So in this game, everything looks the same. I mean, I would not forgive you for not just assuming that a non-Koopaling was in this game. Did I say that I wouldn't forgive you, or I would forgive you? I would forgive you for thinking, oh, that character's not a Koopaling, they're not in Mario Kart 8. Ah, fuck. I had that coming, I suppose. Excuse me. Come on. What is happening? All I did was maintain my lead, but I guess I'll take it. I guess I need to decide if I do want to get pizza. I should probably do it now. It might already be too late. Especially with the, you know, snow. Although I think the roads are pretty clear now. Can I order you a pizza? You know, it's funny that the whole, like, pizza prank phone call is, like, kind of not a thing anymore, huh? I guess you can still order pizza and pay when it shows up. But I feel like a lot of the times people just pay when they order it with, like, a credit card now. So the only prank you're doing there is giving someone free pizza, which isn't much of a prank. Haha, I just sent you 7 pizzas. Sucker! It's like, man, if 7 pizzas showed up at my door, and I didn't have to pay for them, I don't think I'd complain about it. I'd be like, yo, Pog, free pizza. I'm never gonna finish it all, but, like, sweet. I'd just probably give some of them to the roommate to take to work or something. He'd be like, here, just, like, give some of this away. But, like, 30 years ago, the prank, well, 25, maybe 20, even just 20 years ago, the prank was, like, they're not going to be in a position to pay for it, I guess. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's supposed to be funny because someone has 7 pizzas that they didn't want. But I feel like most people would be excited about that, is what I'm getting at here. Nah, fuck. Trying to think of albums to buy. I don't know, because I don't know, like, how expensive they all are. When I looked last night at Linkin Park, they were like 30 each. I don't know if that's normal for albums or if it really varies. I would still have to get, like, a player, is kind of the thing. I should have dug out those albums so that I could be like, hey, look, here they are. Also wanted to listen to the Deep Purple album, like, just on Spotify last night, but I didn't get around to it. Are you fucking kidding me? Nice snipe. That was a very good shot. I feel like most albums of things, like albums that came out in like the 80s, the albums are going to be really expensive, because those are basically collector's items now. I would assume. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Modern version of the prank would be sending someone pineapple pizza. Honestly, no, I would go for, like, anchovies and onions or something. Pineapple's controversial, but, like, you can put more disgusting things on pizzas, is what I'm getting at. It helps that recently I was kind of like, yo, pineapple is actually, like, pretty good, and I would probably try it on pizza. The thing is, like, it would have to be the right kind of pizza. I think, like, people who don't like pineapple on pizza have probably only tried it, or they have only thought of it through the perspective of tomato sauce, cheese, pineapple, which would be disgusting. Like, that sounds terrible. But if you were to do, like, barbecue sauce, cheese, chicken, and pineapple or something, that could be pretty good. That could go pretty hard. Maybe throw some peppers on there or something. That could be quite good. But if you just take a normal pepperoni pizza and put pineapple on it, yeah, that's probably not going to be good. Not, like, super good. It might be okay, but... I fucking hate that item. Yeah, see, banana or corn would be way worse. By far. One never tried it. Okay, to be fair, I haven't, but corn is fucking disgusting. I do not like corn. To be fair, I haven't had a banana in probably like 20 years, so I don't know, maybe that would go pretty hard. Who knows? I'm a very open-minded eater? I don't know, how would you say that smarter? The other, I think it was like Tuesday night that we did the groceries. And roommate got a salad, but then they had to leave and work for, like, they had to stay at their job because of the snow for a couple days. So there was just this garden salad just sitting in the fucking fridge, and I was like, that's gonna be bad by the time they get back. I guess I should eat it. I'm not a big fan of salads. But I was like, I guess I should eat it just so it doesn't go to waste, right? And then, like, after the stream last night, I piled the thing up on a plate. I sprinkled some shredded cheese and some bacon bits and some fresh pepper on ground pepper on top of it. And I was like, yo, this is actually quite good. I should have tried this a long time ago. Even, like, 5 years ago, I would have been like, nah, you might as well just throw it in the trash, because I don't want it. HelloFresh has done wonders in that regard, and in just trying new things. Ugh. Although I would not recommend the bacon bits again. Bacon bits are kind of fucking gross. Like, they're fine, but I didn't like the fact that, like, my breath smelled and tasted like bacon, like, substitute bacon product for a full 24 hours. Like, I wasn't a big fan of that. So I'd probably not do that again, but it actually got me to start thinking, like, shit, maybe, like, just going on a diet to lose some weight and just, like, having salads for a while is, like, a valid option. The problem with that is I assume that, like, having the supplies on hand to just make fresh salads, like, once a day is, like, pretty difficult to do, because, like, the ingredients don't stay good very long. You'd have to go to the grocery store, like, probably once every, like, 3 days or something. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, and like since the HelloFresh thing, I've been trying to be better about not wasting food too, which is why I was like, I guess I'll just eat that because I don't, or at least try to eat it. And then, hey, what a surprise. I was actually like, this is pretty good. like, would eat again. Like, if we had more in the fridge, I'd probably be like, yo, I'm gonna have a salad tonight, and it's gonna be awesome. Which is not a thing I had ever imagined that I would say. There's, like, 2 things I haven't pivoted back from, thanks to HelloFresh. And that's that I still don't like tomatoes very much, and I still think corn is pretty disgusting. I think the next thing on the to-do list is I need to try zucchini. What's the other one? Did try chickpeas and did not care for them. Also tried Brussels sprouts and did not really care for those either. Yeah, piranha plants do that. It's very uncommon. I think I've only seen it happen, like, maybe 3 times in almost 10 years of playing this game. God, it still bugs the shit out of me that leaf window is not lined up correctly. What hit me? If I had more time to plan, I think I'd give that a shot. Like, I'm probably not gonna have enough time to be like to nitpick over it. I only have time to say, hey, I want the usual pizza tonight because it's already pretty late. I should try that though, like barbecue sauce, pineapple, maybe jalapeno, and like chicken or bacon or something. A lot of people probably think, well, it's got to be ham. I don't really care for ham very much. One of the Nirvana albums is 48. Yeah, I'm not surprised. So that was something that was in the beef pile. I guess I'm curious, what does, like, a brand new, currently printed album cost? What's the suggested retail price? Well, I hit Baby Mario, but he didn't actually slow down. You'd love to see it. Yeah, sometimes games release their soundtracks on vinyl. The hell is a vinyl? It's a record. We started calling them vinyls instead because a lot of people refer to albums in general as records. And I mean, they're vinyl records. That's like what they're called, so. But if you say record, a lot of people won't know that you're specifically talking about vinyl. They'll just think you're talking about, like, a Led Zeppelin record. Yeah, Riley's shopping for albums. I wonder how well pineapple would go on my usual. I usually get white sauce, pepperoni, and jalapeno. Pineapple might already go pretty well with that. I'm very tempted to try it. But yeah, I think, like, the controversy when people are like, ew, pineapple on pizza, they're specifically thinking of, like, a normal-ass pepperoni pizza with pineapple on it, which is, like, probably not very good. Oh, fuck. Nirvana's Foo Fighter? Was it... Nirvana's... Someone that was in Nirvana is, like, kind of who started the Foo Fighters. I don't know what he plays, though. Is it the bassist, maybe? I was gonna say drummer, but I don't think that's right. Yikes, that got a little out of control. These bullet bills are right on my fucking ass. Oh, was the drummer? I thought the drummer just passed away. Like, this year. I don't know if that's why they made Foo Fighters. I mean, that's why Nirvana, like, is no longer a thing, is because Kurt Cobain is now dead. But I don't know if that's why they made the Foo Fighters. It's interesting to think, though, that, like, in an alternate reality where Kurt Cobain is still alive, there are no Foo Fighters, because they probably did not ever move on to make another band if they were still doing Nirvana. But I don't know, maybe they did. Or maybe they would have. Some people are involved in multiple bands. Doesn't Dave Grohl play drums for Tenacious D sometimes, too? Or is that a fever dream? I'm making that up. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, like Linkin Park's singer had another band that he did vocals for too. I always forget what it's called. I should try to, like, actually listen to some of their music. I think both of their vocalists had second bands. I might be wrong on that. We have to summon Twain for his knowledge to help us. What's the keyword? Look in the mirror and say Genshin Impact 3 times? Or objection. I don't know, one of the two. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. That throw, though? Oh yeah, also Riley had to get his pizza. That makes sense too. He'll be back. He always comes back. I'm pretty sure he was. I just forget the name of it. I've heard some of their music. I'm pretty sure. He's been in multiple bands, actually. I did not realize. I don't know if I was thinking of Grey Days or Dead by Sunrise. Apparently, he did vocals for Stone Temple Pilots for a while, too. I did not know that. I think Dead by Sunrise is the one I was thinking of. Huh, yeah, he was vocalist for Stone Temple Pilots on one of their albums. I did not know that. I'm learning stuff tonight. This is exciting. I'm literally looking at the Wikipedia article right now, Scarlet. I think you could stop insisting that you're right when I'm literally reading right here that he's been in... He was in 4 bands. And yeah, I'm pretty sure Dead by Sunrise is the one that I've heard some of their music. I think they only did, like, maybe 1 or 2 albums. I'm gonna click deeper here in a second. Can't think of a Linkin Park song. Oh, don't get me started. I'm pretty sure you've probably heard at least one. I want to say they're one of those bands that, like, everyone has heard at least one of their songs. You probably just didn't know it was Linkin Park. Ah, I used that way too early. You hate to see it. Grey Days doesn't even have a Wikipedia article. I don't know what that says. Formed his own band, Dead by Sunrise, as a side project in 2005. The band's debut album, Out of Ashes, was released on October 13th, 2009. Became the lead singer of the Stone Temple Pilots in 2013 to release the extended play record High Rise on October 8th, 2013 via their own record label Playpen, but left in 2015 to focus solely on Linkin Park. I didn't know that he acted. I didn't know that was the thing. Dead by Sunrise, formerly known as Sun White Tan. Did I say Sun White? Snow White Tan. It's an American rock supergroup formed in 2005 by vocalist Chester Bennington, who was best known as lead vocalist for Linkin Park. The band also consisted of... I don't know who any of these people are. People from Julian K and Orgy. Looks like they only had one album. I wonder if Twain's listened to any of that. Nah, fuck. Fuck you, Link. Don't even think about it. Man, it actually feels like you can make a good recovery when you aren't getting waste of space lightning bolts and blue shells. Like, honestly, I think that's what really bothers me about those items, is I don't think they're actually very good at helping you make a comeback. They're more like, I'm just gonna troll the people in front of me items. But now, since you can actually get, like, number 8s and bullet bills and stuff, you can actually kind of make a comeback. Unfortunately, I'm stuck with a gold mushroom, so I'm not actually going to get to use the bullet bill, but that's okay. Yeah, they only had one album. And then Mike Shinoda created a hip-hop-driven side project, Fort Minor, in 2004. He has also served as producer for tracks and albums by Lupe Fiasco's Styles of Beyond and the Executioners. I thought he was in multiple bands, too. I guess he is a producer, though. I do not have chat open, so I will reopen that and catch up after this race. I think this track is probably one of the best ones in this new pack. The only thing I don't love about it is, like, I don't like the music that much. It's a good mix, but, like, I'm just not a fan of music that lacks melody, I guess. Just try and take that shortcut. I should have done it there since I had a mushroom ready. I'm shocked I didn't know about the Stone Temple Pilots part, because I used to know someone who was a big Stone Temple Pilots fan. Or at least they claimed to be. Now I'm questioning that, because you'd think there would have been an overlap there, where we would have figured out about that. Is it weird to like songs and not understand the lyrics? No. I would say that a lot of people do that. They probably just don't admit it. In fact, most of the music I liked... Well, not most of the music I liked when I was your age. But some of it. I went back... Again, when I went and did this Spotify playlist a couple of years ago now, and revisited a lot of those bands, some of them I was like, how was I listening to this? Because now I was paying more attention to the lyrics, and some of the lyrics were really just idiotic. And I was like, what the fuck? To the point where I asked my mother, I was like, were you worried about me when I was a kid? Because some of these songs have very troubling lyrics. And I never really thought about it at the time. I think when I go on break, I'm gonna peek into some of these boxes I have and see if I can find those albums just for funsies. So going back to what Riley was saying, if I were to invest in a record player, I'd probably get Linkin Park's first album, just as like a collectible kind of thing. And I think it's a really good album too, so... But I guess there's also a part of me that's like, I should try and get albums I don't have. Like, I have that album on CDs, so... I wonder if Crush 40's last album came out on vinyl. That'd be pretty sick. Maybe not last album, but the one that is basically just every single Sonic track they've ever done. I don't know if it's that, like... Is it that you like to keep it secret, or is it that you just don't like people prying about stuff like that? Which I can understand that. Every now and then, it's kind of like, you feel like you're being put on the spot, right? Crush 40 driving through forever. It was not released on vinyl. You hate to see it. That would have been a cool one to get, I think. I mean, Floyd's The Wall is 76. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think I was kind of like that at that age too, though, Volpe. Like, it felt natural to try and hide stuff like that until I actually started to meet people that had similar interests. Or were just interested in things I was interested in. And I think, like, a lot of my... I've said this before, that a lot of my family, like, I'll start talking about something I'm interested in, and they look at me like I have two heads. Like, and I'm speaking Japanese. Like, they just look at me like, what are you talking about? And, like, they just don't... They flip a switch. They don't care. So I just started to... Not bottle it up, that's the wrong way of putting it, but I just didn't talk about it, because I was like, nobody cares. I had to meet people who actually cared about stuff that I was interested in, and then I was like, if you speak on my wavelength, you're probably never gonna get me to shut up. It's just kind of the thing. I got, like, really agitated a couple years ago because some members of my family tried to... And there's nothing wrong with it, but some members of my family tried to suggest that I was autistic. Like, in my fucking 30s. Like, they never thought of this when I was younger. They only thought of it now. Well, he's just so antisocial. And I'm like, you never talk to me about anything like, of interest. Like, maybe you should try actually, like, you know, holding a conversation with me, and then you'll find out that I never shut up, and then you're probably gonna be like, oh, never mind. Like, it was solely, oh, he never talks to us. And it's like, you don't talk to me. Is the thing. And if having a strong distaste for small talk makes me autistic, I guess it makes me autistic. But, like, that's kind of all it was, is I felt like the conversations were empty and didn't have anything to them, so I just started avoiding them. It wasn't what they were suggesting so much as, like, how oblivious they were being about, like, what the actual dilemma is. Technically on the autism spectrum. Yeah, I mean, OCD is, like, technically a form of autism, isn't it? Or something like that. So there's a, like, and I do have, like, minor OCD, so there might be, like, 1% for sure. But they kind of treat me like I can't function in society, and I'm just kind of like... You just don't try to, like... I'm not treating you like people because you don't treat me like a person, is kind of the thing. Ah, fuck. Maybe it's not technically the same thing, but it's like similar mannerisms? I don't know, I've heard stuff like that before. Because it's the focus thing, right? Or not focusing so much as fixating. And that's basically what OCD is you'll get fixated on something and be like, I cannot rest until I fix this. Maybe it's just that it's really similar, I don't know. I'm not a fucking rocket surgeon, don't look at me like that. I think for me it was just offense that they were like, they don't know me, you know what I mean? So the fact that they were trying to like judge and diagnose something like that, I was like, could you like try to get to know me as a person first? Yeah, anyway, my overall point was, like, I didn't necessarily hide things from them, but I wasn't necessarily eager to share. And I suspect that's more of your thing. It's not necessarily that you're hiding, it's that you don't necessarily feel like you need to share it with them. And I can mostly tell because, to be honest, like, sometimes I feel bad because I'll ask you, like, hey, what have you been up to? And I feel like you think that I'm prying too much sometimes. Maybe you don't. But sometimes I have to keep that in mind where I'm like, I'm asking because I'm curious, I'm not trying to put you on the spot or something. And it's a very tricky thing with streaming because I want you guys to feel comfortable talking about just random stuff like that. But it is also a thing where sometimes someone will dominate a conversation with something that, like, no one else was asking about. You know what I mean? I've definitely been in streams before where some rando in chat is just, like, dumping paragraphs about stuff that no one else is talking about. And it's like, that's kind of off-putting. There's a very delicate balance there. I unfortunately did not get a text message back about getting pizza, so it's probably too late, which is unfortunate. But yeah, like, you've brought up music a lot lately, Volpe, and I love that. It's something to talk about. Another delicate balance is, like, okay, it's a gaming channel, so we should mostly be talking about gaming, but, like, sometimes I want to talk about other stuff. It's nice to just talk about, like, fucking pizza toppings, movies, music. Oh, motherfucker. Yeah, I think it's natural when someone, like, has a problem to want to be like, here's probably what it is. Not because you're like, I want to figure out what it is, but you want to give them some peace of mind that everything's okay, I guess. Again, everything... I'm realizing that where this conversation was going is that everything in life requires balance. Because while I think it's natural to be like, oh, it sounds like you have, like, a sinus infection, you're probably fine. I don't think you need to see a doctor or anything. It's also... A lot of people will do that, and it comes off as, like... They just really want to be right. It's not so much helping, it's... They think they're really important, I guess is the thing. Is that just, like... Should I let you guys vote on if that series of messages was, like, a bannable offense or not? What a nothing to what nothing of input to offer to anything that's happening in this stream right now. I feel like I'm overreacting by, like, my first reaction was I'm just gonna reach over and hit the hide button. Like, I felt like that was maybe out of line, but... Also, welcome back, Riley. How was pizza? Maybe I'm overreacting. I mean, they're probably not going to say anything else. So it probably doesn't matter. I've been trying to be more patient about that sort of stuff, even though, as I pointed out the other night, like, we had that one during Pokemon Legends Arceus where I did not feel like it paid off to be patient. What the fuck? Nah, fuck. There's still some annoying items, but like, goddamn, is the game just so much more chill without lightning bolts and blue shells. There's just less fucking over happening. I guess this course isn't as bad as I thought. I still feel like mechanically there's just not a lot going on. Those were some green shell hacks if I've ever seen them. How the hell did that green shell bounce back and hit him? Sometimes the people say stuff you think to yourself, that's kind of like me. I mean, I don't do that. I don't go into a stream and just bark random shit, and I would say if you're concerned that you do, you don't. just to clarify that. I don't think I've ever started a stream and you've come in with like, hey, let's talk about music, and I'm like, oh, here we go with Volpe again. Like, that's never happened. Bet they're a Waluigi Wiggler person. Who even fucking asks for a one-on-one in fucking Mario Kart? Like, what? Who do you think you are? Like, that's so silly. Why would you come into a stream with a streamer playing Mario Kart with their viewers and say 1v1 me? Like, I almost want to assume they weren't even being serious. Do streamers do that? Do streamers, like, actually, like, stop everything they're doing and being like, hold on, I gotta 1v1 this scrub that's never come to chat before and will probably leave right after the race and never come back ever again? Do streamers actually do that? Because holy shit, you shouldn't. That's stupid. If you're watching a streamer that does that, you have every right to be upset that they just kicked you out of playing so they could 1v1 someone. Like, I would be. I'd be like, what the hell? There was no asking. There was no... That's why I don't think they were being serious. I think they were just fucking around. It's just it wasn't, like, funny either, is kind of the thing. Yeah, that turn's nasty. I'll figure it out sooner or later. Connect with characters that seem like you in media. Oh yeah, all the time. I mean, we've had that conversation before of, like... I think that's why it's kind of, like... This is probably controversial, but I think it's pretty ridiculous when people are like, oh, there's no characters I can relate to in media because they don't have the same sexuality as I do. And it's like, there's a lot more to relate to with people in general than just that. If you think the only people you can relate to, both characters and real people, are ones that share your, like, gender or sexuality or skin tone, that's very naive, I think. Now, to a point, I understand it from wanting kids to see characters that are like them. Because kids don't have that advanced of thought yet. Like, they really are just kind of looking at, like, hey, that character looks like me. And it's like, okay, I think that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'll never forget, and it was such a dumb thing that I should probably just, like, let it go. I don't even remember what fucking website it was. But there was an article back when Mario Kart 8 came out about how the roster lacked diversity. And when I first read it, I was like, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of fucking Koopa characters, and there's one Kong. Yes, it does lack diversity. But what they meant is that there were no black characters and there were no gay characters. And I was like, are you fucking insane? What is... They're turtles! What are you talking about? That's an insane take. And they tried to pull that card of like, oh, well, it's just none of the characters are relatable to me because of that. And it's like, really? Because I don't know. I think that's pretty dumb. You can relate to characters on any number of things. You can relate to Luigi because you're also afraid of ghosts. You could be like a gay woman and relate to Luigi because you're also afraid of ghosts. Or you like the color green. Like, I don't know. There's so many things to relate to people on. Maybe you like cats. So you're like, hey, Cat Peach is pretty cool. It's like, I don't know. Maybe I'm the asshole. But yes, I regularly see characters in media where I'm like, hey, I get you. Let's use Pokemon for an example. I thought Nimona was relatable as an introvert who sometimes has a hard time finding people to relate to things on. That was her whole shtick. She was like, hey, someone who could actually, like, be an equal to me in battle, and that is exciting to me. And, like, yeah, I've been there. I've probably been in situations where I'm, like, excited about being able to share an interest with somebody to a point that they might actually find it off-putting because I'm too eager about it, and that's basically what Nimona's doing. You also relate to Arvin because he's just trying to, like, help an old friend, right? That's just his thing, is he's just kind of, like... He's just trying to save his, like, best friend. And then Penny's all introverted, which is also relatable. Introverted and dealt with bullying. Relatable. I don't have to be any of the other things those characters are to find traits that are relatable. I don't know if there's any characters where I'm like... I can't immediately think of any where I'm like, oh, this character is like my fucking spirit animal. Where I'm like, this is the character that, like, most gets me. Or I get them, or whatever. And that just comes down to having played so many different video games that it's hard to narrow it down. Nice try. I was surprised that green shell hit. I was expecting all three of them to miss. And I was gonna be like, are you fucking kidding me? I can't even begin to imagine where those albums are. I don't think I'm gonna try to look for them on break. I don't even know where to begin. And I think that's a layer of why I found, like, Hop to be an awful character, because I don't think he was relatable. There's nothing about him that was relatable. He was a Captain Oblivious, which I don't think is a relatable character to even people who are oblivious. I don't think they look for characters who are oblivious and say, I can relate to this character. Because that's silly. Maybe they do, but I doubt it. And his character trait was, my brother's the champion, isn't that cool? That's not a relatable character trait. Maybe they are, but I think both of them are bad related. Like, they're relatable character... they're negative relatable character traits. Does that make sense? If you've had a problem with, like, feeling like you're living in your brother's shadow or something, chances are you're not going to relate to characters that are dealing with stuff like that. Especially because they didn't present it from a, I'm trying to get out of my brother's shadow position, rather. If that was Hop's thing of, like, I'm just trying to prove myself so that people look at me as someone other than the champion's little brother, that would have been significantly more relatable. I didn't see you carrying anything, but okie dokie. Whatever you say. No, fuck. Coins. Excuse me? Fuck did Baby Mario come from? Aw, fuck. God, I hate Bob-ombs so much. It's taking so much strength to not turn Bob-ombs off. Swing on voltage. Well, aren't you just a special little snowflake? I don't know where I'm going with that one. Oh. We're in race, what, like 21 or something? 22? Yeah, 22. Anyway, yes, Volpe, that created an entire tangent, but pretty regularly will I look at characters and be like, oh, it's a relatable thing. But it's usually definitely very, like, pieces here and there. Almost took that bullet. Fuck you, Link. Jesus. Nah, fuck. Not again. Fuck. Maybe again. I suppose I paid for that one with my life. Man, I want voltage. Jerk. I have Fruitquake, but I don't know if that's, like, enough to make you jealous. I also have a case of Spark out there, I think, which is a little bit more exciting. Grandiose snowstorm outside. Yeah, the one we just had, like, wasn't that bad, and I'm kind of mixed on that. It wasn't even enough to fully cover the grass outside. So it was like 2-3 inches, maybe, like, at most. And it sucks because, I mean, I want to see, like, a blanket of, like, 8 inches of snow out there or something. And just be like, hey, look how pretty it is. But on the other hand, I have to shovel that shit. And I don't want to fucking do that, so I guess I'm glad that it wasn't a lot. This is the last race, right? No. This is 23rd, I think. Power that is based on a song? I don't know. I can't even think of something that is, like, a funny answer. Well, that was the thing. Fuck you. Jesus Christ, Theo, calm down. The first one I think of as a funny answer is that 9 Inch Nails song. I want to fuck you like an animal. Because that's a funny power. Not funny. Well, it's funny, but it's, like, inappropriate. I can't think of, like, a serious answer. I don't know. Yeah, fuck you, Bowser Jr. You love that song? It's a pretty fucking weird song. Like, that's an example. Like, I was never, I think that's the only Nine Inch Nails song I know. And I was never really, like, a fan or anything. But that's a good example of, like, songs in the 90s that I look back at now and I'm like, what the fuck are these lyrics? Similarly funny answer. I can't remember the name of the song, though. It's a Tenacious D song. I think it's called Fuck Me Gently or something like that. That one, funny for the same reasons. A funny answer for, like, a power, song-based power. Anyway, the difference is that song's supposed to be funny. What's that word on that banner say? You probably assume it's whatever language this would be for Tor. My horrible geographical skills are showing. I don't know where Berlin is. I'm completely blanking. I want to say it's in Germany, but I also feel like that's incredibly wrong. Like, it doesn't... I have 0% confidence in that answer. Oh, I didn't realize the tracks crossed over there. That's interesting. This one's growing on me a little bit. I remember the first time I really did not like it, but it's fine. I mean, it's still kind of the same concept as the other city courses, which I don't necessarily love, but... they're all just these spaghetti bowls of track, and then it's like each lap is slightly different. It was neat the first time, but then now it's kind of like, oh, it's just the same thing. It's just a different area. Belgium isn't... this isn't Belgium, though. It's Berlin, isn't it? Or is it Belgium? I don't know. You keep calling it Belgium, and it's confusing me. I can't look right now, unfortunately. Oh, you have to go do an exam. That is convenient timing. We are gonna take a break. I'm still tempted to try and find these albums, but I don't see them in these boxes. They're not boxes. They're like those big plastic things. So I would be able to see them right away, and I don't, so I have no idea where they are. Maybe I'll peek in, because they're probably, like, up against the side somewhere if they are. Anyway. Yeah, big old break time. I probably won't rush, because it sounds like you guys have some stuff to get up to on the break time anyway, so... But I'll still try not to be too long, and then we'll kick off another set of... Maybe just 16 races? I don't know, 24 felt kind of okay. We'll probably dial it back to 16, though, if I had to guess. Anyway, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then we will race some more, so... Take your own breaks if needed, otherwise stay tuned, and I'll be back shortly. Okay. Got a fresh drink and everything. Are you two still around and ready to roll? Let me put my phone back on the charger. And hey, Volpe, I didn't know what country it was, for sure. So I'm not about to judge anyone's geographical skills when mine are awful. I don't think I could name the capital of all 50 states. I'm just gonna put that out there. Like, I don't think I could. I don't think I could even begin to name them. No, I'm not. I would be terrible at GeoGuessr. I've watched people play it, and I'm always amazed that they can just, like, look at an area and just be like, I know where we are. I'm like, how? What? How? Again, if you were to make it only the US, I would still be bad at it. Theo's here. Riley? Paging Riley? No, I don't think I'd mistake Tokyo for Paris. I don't think that's that bad. Very, very different architectures. Knows the G. Riley's here. Let's boogie! Nope, you don't understand. Bring it back to 16. That's true. There's a similar structure in Tokyo. You can see it in the Tokyo course in this game. So yeah, I guess that's fair. I did peek into these boxes for those albums, but I don't see them. They're probably laying flat on the bottom or something. Which is probably not the correct way to store them. They might be not in the greatest of shape, if I had to guess. I should really unload these boxes. As I peeked through them, 2 of them have been basically packed for like 10 years. Probably closer to 15. Like, they've been packed full of stuff since several houses ago. And I've just been carrying them around with me. And a bunch of the stuff in there is probably not any good anymore. Like, it's probably, like, old computer parts that, like, aren't, like, relevant. What a shot. What a not shot. I thought for sure that was going to come back and hit me. That was a better shot. It was still terrible, apparently. I think the one that scares me, and I've mentioned this before because I've lightly joked about making a stream out of it. I have 3 of these, like, big plastic tote containers over here that, like, again, are just packed full of stuff that are probably, like, 10 years old at this point, and I should probably just empty them out. I could probably consolidate them into, like, 2, at least, if not less. But then I also have my backpack from high school. I have no idea what's inside that thing. I'm pretty sure I graduated, came home, threw it in the closet, and then, like, never touched it. And that's, like, going on 20 years. It's about to be 19 years. So, I have no... I think maybe I used it for college a little bit, though, come to think of it. But even then, it's probably, like, 15 years of just sitting in the closet, like, untouched. I have no clue what's inside that thing. That's just an absolute time capsule. Now, I do have one of those... I was gonna call it a Trapper Keeper, but it's not really a Trapper Keeper. You guys know what I'm talking about, though. It was one of those, like, covered binders that zips shut. I had one of those for, like, my entire high school career, I think. Like, all 4 years, I think I used that thing. And that's another thing that's just sitting there that has not been opened in, like, 20 years. Again, no idea what's in there. I mean, that's mostly paper. So I don't think there's going to be anything interesting in there, but... I gotta be careful, because look how fucking dusty it is. I should really just go through all that stuff at some point. I don't care. It's kind of the thing. I care enough that I'm not about to throw it all out without going through it, but I don't care enough to go through it. Now, the boxes are slightly different because I know there's some stuff in there that I'd like to dig out. When I was looking through, I did see my Pokemon cards, which we were talking about the other night. I'm sure there's, like, a website for those, right? Where you can, like, easily look up how much they're worth. I think what I would like to do is take the whole binder of cards and just be like $200. I think people do that with stuff like trading cards, where it's like you kind of don't know what you're gonna get. You might find one thing in there that's like more than like $200, and then you just made some money back. I know we talked about that, the e-reader thing. I know that's in there somewhere, too. And now I'm kind of interested to find these albums. I don't know, would that be an interesting thing to do you guys think? To, like, do that on stream? Be like, let's just go through here and see what we can find. I feel like that's very firmly a... people are either gonna love it or hate it kind of thing. Wow, this is horrible. And I should get some stuff out of there, like all my DS and 3DS games are in there. I should get those out and like put those back on my shelves now. I think the N64 and GameCube is still in there. I should get those out. God, I get destroyed on this course, like, every time. I don't think I've ever done well on this course. I always just get demolished. And I'm not really sure why that is. Yeah, if I was stupid and put them on the bottom, yeah, they're probably all fucked up. I can see right there, there's like an old stick of RAM. Like, I could probably just throw that out. It's probably like 2 gigs, if that. I don't even know why I kept it. It's an old controller that I don't use, it like an old PC controller that's like I could just get rid of. Because now I just use the Xbox for everything. The Xbox controller for everything, rather. I'm kind of tempted to do it at the end of the stream. Like, if we hit a point in, like, the last hour where there's only, like, 2 or 3 of us playing or something, I'll just be like, fuck it, let's just pull one of these over and see what's in here. I don't know, we'll see. Ah, fuck. You hate to see it. I definitely look in there and there's stuff that I'm like, I don't even know what that is. Just found out there's a chance that I might do an extra... Actually, you know what? Apparently it's supposed to snow a lot next weekend. So my roommate might have to go in and stay at work again. If that's the case, Saturday night is going to be completely open. I'm not going to really have any plans. Maybe that's when I should try to do a movie night then, since we were just talking the other night about trying to do another one of those. It's going to be Christmas Eve, though. I imagine a lot of people are going to be busy. That might not be a good time to do it. I might try and do an extra stream, though. If not that. I don't know. I'll have to think about it and see what actually happens to see if that's going to be a thing or not. I'm still kind of in this state, too, of, like, I still want to finish Pokemon Legends, but after that, I just don't know what to do. I have to look at, like, just how many days I have available. I hesitated. Alright, New Year's is on the 30th. Is obviously on the 31st. That's a Saturday. That's what I was looking to see. So I'm going to be off, which I would normally be off on that Saturday anyway. I don't know if I'm going to take extra time off that week. Because I don't want to start something like the Castlevania Advance Collection if we're not going to have that much time. Because I'm going to have that full week off in January, too. And then after that, Fire Emblem is, like, basically the week after that. I guess in general, I want to know what people are up to for Christmas weekend, New Year's weekend. Like, how available are people gonna be? Because next weekend is a question, too, of, like, we could do another Mario Kart on Friday, or we could do it on Sunday, which is Christmas night. But I would assume a lot of people are going to be busy Christmas night. Probably using that loud-ass car again. You know what you did. See, again, this course is, like, fine. It just feels the same as all the other city courses. Alright, so if today's the 16th, off tomorrow. We got Sunday's gonna be Legends. So we got Monday, Thursday, Friday. Sunday, Monday. Tuesday. See, I don't know what New Year's week is gonna be like. I don't know how much time I'm gonna want to take off. Riley, where are you going? And then the week after that, we'll have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Probably. Yeah, I don't think I want to start the Advanced Collection. I don't think we're going to have enough time to get through it before Fire Emblem comes out, so we don't want to start anything too big. Looking at, like, maybe 12 stream days. But then there's going to be that week after vacation before Fire Emblem comes out, so it's maybe closer to, like, 15 or 16. Thanks, Theo. After I very specifically tried not to hit you with a red shell. I do really like how the music, like, mutes when you come down here. It's a neat effect. I like what they did with the music on this course. The fuck'd you come from? Let's assume I'm gonna take the 30th and the 31st off. Or the 31st and the 1st. Either way. So basically gives us 1, 2, 3. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, let's say we have 16 stream days before Fire Emblem comes out. Which I guess 16's a lot of time. But that's not accounting for, like, Mario Kart nights and stuff like that. Potential art streams. I'm gonna assume that the Castlevania Advance games are probably gonna take like 2 streams each. So I guess we maybe would have time for them, but there's gonna be a lot of gaps. I don't know how I feel about that. Seems like something we should save until like after Fire Emblem, maybe. Bum, 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 bum. Still trying to decide if I want to play that Eastward game, too. I think I'm just concerned that I might not care for it that much. Like, I don't really know what to expect. I just heard that it has a just fuckload of dialogue. And apparently that's a bit of a downer. Have you seen someone else playing it? Jerk. I do really want to play Sonic Frontiers again too, and that should probably be a thing I should just do, because I don't want to run into a situation. I mean, I'm gonna have a reason to play it again once the DLCs come out, but I don't know if you want to call them DLCs. I think they're just updates. But I don't want it to turn into a 5 months later, I'm like, oh yeah, I still really want to do that. I should try and have one more art stream before the year ends, too, I think. Somewhere. I'm not sure where. I guess the downside with no lightning bolts and blue shells is like I had just a comfortable lead that entire race. There was just nothing to be concerned about, which is like kind of nice, but it also just feels too easy sometimes, I guess. The soundtrack was really good. I think what I really need to figure out, and like I'll probably ask this a couple times tonight, because I'll probably want to know from Scarlet when it'll work for her. as well as Riley and Theo. Basically anyone who wants to play more Mario Kart, or wants to see art streams. I'm thinking Friday and Sunday. Sunday being Christmas. I think one of those days will be Mario Kart and the other day will be an art stream. I'm just not sure which one I should put where. I was still lightly considering doing another 94 Robot Masters on Christmas too, but I'm kind of leaning away from that, I think. I've done very little speedrunning this year, so I'm probably going to be very rusty and it's not going to be very fast. Oh, you son of a bitch. Yikes. I mean, it was a good play. It worked. Fuck you, Martin. Ah, fuck. Maybe starting eastward is the play, just because nothing else is really jumping out at me is like, I really want to do this, so I might as well do the one that I don't know what I'm getting into. What game, Volpe? Oh yeah, you wanted me to play the Outer Wilds, didn't you? I wonder how long that is. I wonder if that's something I could just sneak in. Or is that you want to play it yourself? Oh yeah, I'm not saying that's what you're thinking of now. I just suddenly remembered that as well. Motherfucker. What was the one you were thinking of now? Because I can't stress enough, when I'm in a moment like this where I can't decide what I should play next, feedback is definitely appreciated. Because I am being tremendously indecisive at the moment. Even if it's just, hey, you've mentioned wanting to play this game, and I really liked watching that. Like, do that one. Even hearing just, like, oh my god, what is happening? Even just hearing a little bit of that, like, positive feedback. Or, like, not even feedback, but, like, a reaction. Yeah, fuck you. I was gonna say, if that hits... Oh, you gotta be kidding me, dude. Wow. What a load of shit. It's very weird. Give me a title. I'm fine with weird. I played Scorn this year, for fuck's sake. And Signalis. Both of them were, like, not games I would ordinarily play, and they were both very interesting experiences. Oh, fuck. I hate this course. I'm a little sad that, like, Scarlet and Violet didn't last longer, because, like, I probably could have gotten a couple more streams out of that, I just didn't want to torture myself with it. I've got that red shell incoming, for sure. It's... Nah, fuck. I fucking hate the piranha plant, dude. There we go. Do you think you're gonna try and get like Xenoblade or anything for Christmas, Volpe? Do you think that's in your plans? I keep having thoughts of like I should get myself a game for Christmas. No, I shouldn't. I bought $300 worth of Legos and an Xbox. Like, I've done enough for myself already. Maybe part of my indecisiveness is the fact that I've been playing a lot of games off stream, and I feel like I need to finish all of those. Like, I feel like I already have enough going on. So I feel like starting something new just feels dumb, but I don't have a lot of stuff going stream-wise right now is kind of the problem. Hey, guy. Happy Friday. Which is almost happy Saturday. You find me in the middle of a classic dilemma of what the fuck am I gonna play on stream on the next, like, 4 weeks? 3 weeks, because one of them I'm gonna be completely off, but otherwise I'm like, I need to figure out what I'm doing before Fire Emblem comes out. Damn, I know I wasn't looking at the screen, but what the fuck? I think Smash is pretty unlikely, if I'm being honest. I still don't think we're gonna have, like, enough people in most cases to make it work. So it's not currently in the cards. I wouldn't say it's completely off the table. I can't think of any other idioms to... Those are idioms, right? Is that the right term? Whatever. Motherfucker. Man, didn't you just get that SD card? That sucks. Oh my god. What is happening? What is happening? Stop. The AI is stream sniping? Make it stop? Hey, Alexander. What race are we on? We did 16, right? I'm gonna take a quick break again after this set, because I'm just remembering, which is unfortunate because Scarlett just got back, but I just remembered something I forgot to do while I was up, so. About 2 years old. Didn't you just buy a new SD card like this year? Am I crazy? Or were you thinking about it and you just didn't commit to it? That's maybe possible. Oh, I still wasn't looking at what race it was. You said 15th or 16th and we're wrong, so it's... Okay, I mean, it still gives me an idea of where we are, I think. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Or were you trying to get a hard drive for your, like, Xbox or something? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Either that or time just really flies, and I'm thinking of something that was 2 years ago. But yes, 2 years, it should last longer than that. That's, I mean, accidents, yeah, I don't know if you want to call it an accident. Flukes happen. I've mentioned a couple times that 2 computers ago, I think, the hard drive failed on Christmas Eve. That was a good time. And that computer was not that old, and it is very unusual for hard drives to just fail like that unless you, like, drop them, which I did not do. So, like, it happens. Sometimes technology just kind of nopes out. Oh, you bought one for something else. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Well, at least Switch files aren't, like, that large. It'd be worse if it was, like, the Xbox hard drive, because that shit takes forever to download. Oh, did you have it happen? Yeah, it's a really bad feeling when you're, like, just about to hit the off-road section and a boo pops up. Yeah, that one week I had that happen like 3 times in one stream. That was disgusting. And not good. This is 15th, okay. Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum-bum. Nah, fuck. I wasn't gonna chat. Okay, so now that Scarlett's back, and Guy's here, and Alexander as well, if he'd also like to weigh in, I've been talking a bit about, like, not only what to do until Fire Emblem comes out, but also what to do over the holidays. I'm gonna be off for New Year's. I don't know which days just yet, but I will be streaming. I'll be off Christmas Eve, but I will be streaming Christmas Day. Basically next Friday and next Sunday, I will be streaming. I figure I'm going to do Mario Kart on one of those days, and then probably whichever day people are going to be more available. And then I don't know what I'm going to do with the other day. I might try and do an art stream or something. But I'm trying to get an idea of, like, when people are gonna be... Which day is gonna work better for people. And then also trying to figure out what the hell I'm gonna play until Fire Emblem. I think I might try to play Eastward, just because, like, my other options aren't really jumping out at me. Like, I do really want to play Sonic Frontiers again, but I guess I'm content to let it rest a little bit more before I replay it again immediately. And I don't think I want to jump into the Castlevania Advance Collection. I think I want to save that until for after Fire Emblem. Fuck you, Morton. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Fuck you, Morton. I've had enough of your shit. Oh no. You hate to see it. This is a bad race for me. I definitely want to do an art stream at some point, I just don't know when. But also try and do it on Monday. I think that depends on if I finish Legends on Sunday, which I feel like I probably will. You're off for Christmas? It's tricky, because I think Mario Kart Christmas night makes a lot of sense, because there might be people that, like, just got a Switch or something. Like, I don't know, it might be a decent idea. But on the other hand, I feel like a lot of people are going to be busy. Like, they're probably going to have other plans. So I'm not necessarily just asking about, like, are you going to be off, but are you going to be free? Because I imagine people are going to have, like, family stuff to do. And then I don't know if I'm going to take the 30th and the 31st off, or the 31st and the 1st. So have to figure that out. Basically, I figured I think I have, like, 16 stream nights before Fire Emblem comes out. So it's just trying to figure out, like, what do I want to do at that time? I think Eastward seems like a good idea, because I don't know what I'm getting into. And that might be... Since nothing else is really jumping out at me, it means I'm in a neutral state, where I'm kind of, like, flinging myself into something that I don't know what to expect might be a good time to do that. You never want to toss yourself into a game that you don't know what to expect when you're, like, very specifically want to play something else. I don't think that works very well. When you're like, man, I want to play a racing game. Like, that's not when you want to throw yourself into a, I don't know what this game's going to be like. You should just play a racing game. Oh, you figure karting will be after all of your festivities anyway. That's fair. That makes sense. Fuck. Yeah, like Xenoblade 3. Hey, Mike. How's it going? I watched, Sonic Prime last night. I liked it. I had a fun time. I had a good time. I think there was something specific I wanted to ask your opinion on. I don't remember what it was. It was more thorough than I was expecting. I thought that it was going to be, like, a different world per episode, and it was going to go really fast. And it's a lot more thorough than that. But then, when I finished the first episode and saw it was Man of Action that made it, I was like, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense that this was actually well thought out, and it wasn't just a slapped-together kids show. Yeah, I imagine Christmas Eve will be the really busy one for a lot of people, and that's... I'm gonna be off that night anyway, probably. I mentioned earlier I might do a movie night that night, but I also imagine that's gonna be too... People are gonna be too busy for a movie night. It was not about Rouge's boobs. Although, I don't think they made them that much smaller. Especially in her pirate outfit. They still look pretty large. She just doesn't have, like... cleavage for days on display is the difference. Alright, I'm gonna take a really quick break, but I don't think I'll be very long. And then we'll kick off another set of races. Maybe Riley will be back by then, so stay tuned. Continue talking amongst yourselves if you like to. I'll catch up on chat when I sit back down. I don't know if Theo's still here. Did you have COVID when you were sick? You said it wasn't COVID, right? And you tested for it? Because I have a friend that just had COVID, and they've basically recovered, but now they're dealing with, like, the exhaustion, where it's just they have no energy at all. I guess that can be a thing with, like, the flu, too. Where's Riley at? What, are you looking at more albums, Riley? What about Mario Party? I'm not a big fan of Mario Party. Personally. Let's do 12. Round out the hour. Not a bad suggestion, it's just I don't really care for Mario Party. I played a lot of Mario Party with, like, the first 3 on N64 when I was a kid, and I'm kind of like, nah. I've done my time. Like, that's okay. I told Volpe a little bit ago, I wouldn't say Smash is completely off of the table, but I wouldn't say it's currently in the cards either. I still think we have a potential issue where it's like, we're not gonna consistently have 4 people for the entire stream. And I really want to be sure that that's, like, reliable, for lack of a better way of putting it. I don't want to run into a situation where we're 2 hours into the stream and suddenly there's only 2 of us, and I'm just like, okay, well now the stream is dead. Because that just inevitably makes it seem like it's your guys' fault, which I don't want to put myself or you in that situation. If Smash's Online was a little bit more versatile, it would maybe be fine. Like, this works, because at least we still have AI, so it's whatever. I forget. Oh my god, I forgot to do something else while I was on break. Shit. I'm just gonna text them really quick while I'm between races then. Oh my god. Cool it! What the fuck? I'm not gonna put up another break screen. It's not... I can just do it on my phone, it's fine. There was a couple of things I forgot to do. I was in such a rush that I was like... Because I didn't want to be up for that long. And I was already up longer than I thought I wanted to be, so... Nah, I'm not particularly interested in... I'm, like, mildly interested in checking the game out. I don't think I'd stream it. I think at the moment, I'm kind of content with multiplayer nights just being Mario Kart and just, like, not doing them every week. I think that's felt kind of comfortable, where it's like some weeks I'm just like, nah, I really want to get this game done, so we're gonna do this instead. I'm not itching like I was a couple months ago, where I was like, we need more multiplayer stuff. Now I'm kind of like, yeah, whatever. Especially because, like, this game just got way easier to stream because of no blue shells and no lightning bolts. It is significantly less stressful than it used to be. I can very firmly remain planted in, like, muscle memory mode. Whereas before, it would, like, work until I got, like, 3 blue shells up the ass in, like, under 30 seconds, and then I'd be like, I hate everything. Now that, like, fuse isn't even lit. Ah, fuck. Stop looking at chat. What are you doing? Still not good at looking at chat while driving. Nah, fuck. Where the fuck did you come from? I would have saved that red shell if I knew that was the thing. That's unfortunate. Dead game. No, it's mostly like longer term playthroughs I'm looking for to figure out right now. Because the unfortunate truth with multiplayer is I couldn't do multiplayer like 4 nights in a row or anything. I don't think even 2 nights in a row is like a little bit much. Which is a concern I had last night when I was like, hey, let's do Deep Rock. I was like, man, doing Deep Rock followed by Mario Kart might be a little much. I'm not really feeling it, though, so it hasn't been a problem, but... I technically have Among Us on Game Pass, I guess. I'm not installing that shit, though. This is not happening. And like I said, I think Eastward is the play. I think we're gonna try to pick that up after we finish Legends. And then after that will probably be the next Sonic Frontiers playthrough. Unless something else pops up where I'm like, oh, let's do this. It's funny, watching Twain play Among Us, like, quickly taught me that I would hate playing that video game. And it's not because of, like, the lie and deceit. You might think it is. It's actually people acting like idiots. There were a lot of times when I was watching him play it where someone would just, like, give up. I remember there was this one time I was watching, I don't remember who it was. and I mean, I wouldn't say who it was even if I did remember who it was, but they were like, they were the ones that were killing people, and no one was onto them at all. No one suspected a thing. And they just, like, asked him during, like, a meeting, like, do you have anything to add? And he was like, yeah, I did it. Like, he just gave up for no reason. And I was like, I would have lost my goddamn mind. Like, what are you doing? It's similar to, if you guys remember when we did play Smash way back when, I'd get pretty upset if somebody would just give up. We had it happen a couple times where when I was pushing everybody to play random, someone would get a character they really didn't like and they'd just throw themselves off the stage. And I was like, get that shit out of here. Someone else could be playing right now. You're taking the slot from someone else to not play the game. And that was how I felt about Among Us, too. I was like, this guy, like, took the spot from someone else and isn't taking it seriously. And I think that's, like, really disrespectful. Being honest is best. Nobody was on to him at all. No one suspected a damn thing. Everyone was legitimately like, we have no idea who did it. And he was like, yeah, I did it. Like, what? What is wrong with you? And he tried to play it as like, I don't know, I'm not good at lying. It's like, what? No one even asked you if you did it. You just gave up. Yeah, stuff like that would be annoying to me. Twain also had a problem where people would follow him around. And for a multitude of stupid reasons, like, some people spun it as, if I'm following you around, then nobody can stream snipe you, because they're gonna immediately get caught in the act. Some people would just do it to be like, look at me, I'm on stream, and, like, that shit would annoy me, too. I mean, I said it once when we were playing Pokemon, where I was like, could you, like, not follow me around? Like, that's needless. It's not doing anything. I mean, I don't think I'm, like, a good liar, so I think that's also... I think that's a reason why I wouldn't be good at the game. I don't think that's necessarily why I would not enjoy it. I was actually kind of interested in checking that game out, but then, like, I watched people play it, and I was like, oh no, I'm gonna hate this. 100%. Yeah, it's unfortunate that the lobbies in Fall Guys were so bad. I was watching somebody play it this morning, and the lobbies are still really bad. Like, they had the same issue that we had, where they just had to remake the lobby every now and then because it just wasn't working. And I was like, man, I need to fix that shit. But again, I'm not necessarily looking for multiplayer stuff right now. Just to get that straight, Scarlet was the one that brought up, not to, like, throw her under the bus, but I didn't say anything about multiplayer. It's more just filling the space but before Fire Emblem comes out. And the options are basically Sonic Frontiers Eastward and Castlevania Advanced Collection. I don't really want to start the Castlevania Advanced Collection, I don't think. I think that's going to be an after Fire Emblem thing. There's also that other, like, retro-looking JRPG that came out recently that apparently is really good. What a jump. I'm mad. I think if I wanted to pressure anyone into doing multiplayer stuff, I'd still be pushing for Dauntless, if I'm being honest. I forget what it's called again. We were talking about it the other night. No, not fucking Undertale. If I were to play Undertale, it would be a video series, not a stream. 100%. I'm looking, Game Pass is just slow. Which I think Undertale is on Game Pass, I think. I don't think the other ones are. And I've thought about playing it, but I would not stream it. I think... I've been trying to think more lately about, like, games that will actually kind of help with growth, acknowledging the fact that, like, Monster Hunter's not doing anything and stuff like that. And I think Undertale would help with growth, but in the wrong direction. I think that would bring me a bunch of screeching children that I wouldn't want to have stick around anyway. I don't think Eastward is actually a JRPG though, I should point out. I think it's more of a Zelda-like than a JRPG. I might be wrong, because I've been trying to avoid looking into too much of it. I hate it. What? Such shenanigans? Much wow? Oh no. Son of a bitch. That was one of those things where I was like, I think it's too late to let go of the drift. Oh, now it's absolutely too late to let go of the drift. What have I done? Chained Echoes is the name of that other JRPG that just came out that is apparently quite good. I'm hesitant about stuff like that, though, because, like, it's a 40-hour game. Like, I don't know. I don't really want something that big to commit to, if I'm being honest. Eastward is still, like, 20 to 30 hours. Like, that's still pretty large. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit yesterday, about how it's like, it's probably not going to come out until after Fire Emblem at this point. So maybe spring or summer. I played Little Nightmares a couple of years ago. It was an October game that we did. I haven't played the second one yet, though. I would probably play it, but, like, those games fall under the category of, like, I think they're too expensive. So I'd have to wait for it to go on sale, I think. I thought you had a bomb. Apparently I'm crazy. Limbo, I don't know anything about Limbo. I've heard of it, and that's about it. Oh, I have a bomb. For once, I actually got a bomb in a high-ranking position and was able to drop it and secure my lead. What the hell? What's happening? That never happens. Oh, your bomb got stolen. Let's go. Sorry. Oh, man. I mentioned yesterday, and I'll say it again, I started playing Signalis on Game Pass, and that's been pretty cool. I would recommend people check that out if you're looking for, like, darker horror kind of stuff. And if you don't want to check it out, then watch out for my playthrough. Coming next year. At this point. I don't know, we're all pretty good at, like, not picking... Like, the problem with playing in worldwide queues is people just pick Excitebike and Baby Park over and over again. And we're good about not doing that, so I don't think I've ever had a moment where I'm like, man, this track again? Ah, oh, fuck. How did I thread the needle like that? Hey, Seven. Did I see that you were streaming the other night? Or was that a fever dream? It might be, because I've already forgotten what it was you're playing. I was gonna stop in, but that's the night that I was, like, just feeling really irritable and I didn't want to talk to anyone. Was it Last of Us? That's possible. What? Looking at chat. Getting me in trouble. Raiders, how's it going? Good to have you. bum, 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 bum. Did that red shell just hit a coin and just tell me to go fuck myself? Is that what just happened? Because that's what it looked like happened. Byron, there he is. Good to have you. Thanks for bringing the raid over. How was your stream? What were you up to? I hope it went well. I hope everyone's having a nice weekend. We're just kind of like on autopilot. Played Mario Kart tonight. Nothing crazy going on. Riley, where are you going? Fall Guys and Splatoon. We were just talking about Fall Guys earlier, because, like, we tried that for some members multiplayer nights, but the lobbies suck. So we gotta stop doing it. I'm just kind of waiting for them to fix that. It's probably better if you were playing with viewers or something, though, because then you're, like, rotating anyway on a regular basis. Mario Kart's, like, kind of fine. We were just talking a bit ago about, like... I think this game is remarkably easy to stream. Like, you don't really have to put a lot of thought power into... Once you know the tracks, you can kind of just, like, let your muscle memory take over and then just talk to chat, which is really nice. But I always get, like, tilted when I'll be on autopilot and then suddenly I take 3 blue shells up the ass. So now that we were able to turn blue shells and lightning bolts off, it's, like, super fucking chill. Oh my god. The AI is still finding ways to cart me, but, you know, it's fine. Oh man. I think the Wave 3 tracks are making a better impression than they were. We played this last Friday. Oh my god. We played it last Friday too. And I wasn't very impressed by the new tracks. And I think I'm warming up to them now. I still think the city ones are, like, kind of boring. Because they're just like all of the other city ones we've had. Like, all of the real-world location tracks have the same gimmick, which is kind of unfortunate. Yeah, I haven't bothered getting the DLC or the expansion, but fortunately, if you play with anyone who does have it, you can still access the tracks, so I've been kind of floating by with that. Mario Kart's the only game you think you can go from 0 to 100 and from being calm and then straight to angry. See, yeah, when blue shells and lightning bolts were involved, for sure. Although, I've had worse. That's why I don't play Splatoon anymore. That's one of the main reasons why I don't play Splatoon anymore, because Splatoon tilted the shit out of me. Any team-based game like that tilts the shit out of me, because playing with randos is a nightmare. Because you always get that one guy on your team who's just sitting in a corner doing fucking nothing, and it's like... That just infuriates me no matter how many times it happens. But then I also just hated streaming it, so that was the thing, too. So, I get you. Not with this particular game, but I've had that with other games where I'm like, I don't think I can play this. It makes me not happy. This game got under my skin sometimes, but it was usually the blue shells and lightning bolts, and now that those are off, it's just kind of like, Now I can just play the game. You know what? I didn't want it anyway. Fine. Yeah, unfortunately, I find that the overlap between games that really encourage channel growth and games that you like is very, very slim. I feel like most games that really will help your channel to pop off are, like, not good, fun games in a lot of cases. If you can have fun with them, then more power to you. But, like, most of them, for me, I'm like, nah, I would hate streaming that. We were just talking about that earlier because somebody brought up Undertale, and I was like, if I were to play Undertale, I would not stream it, 100%. I would have to make it a video series. That bomb, though. And unfortunately, some of the games I often enjoy most, like Monster Hunter Rise, don't stream well at all. And Warriors games. Warriors games are another one that, like, every time I've streamed a Warriors game, it's gone awfully. And it's like, I guess people just don't like to watch those. Which sucks, because Three Hopes in particular was really good. Except for the plot was kind of ass and didn't keep me interested, but... But yeah, there was, like, multiple reasons why I stopped playing Splatoon 2. One was... it was helping my channel grow, but at what cost? Because then if I played anything else, I just got a bunch of kids screeching about why aren't you playing Splatoon? And it made me angry as hell. And not only would you not like me when I'm angry, I don't like me when I'm angry. Yeah, Overwatch has the same problem. Team Fortress 2, PvP in World of Warcraft, it all has the same problem where you see someone on your team being a complete idiot, and then somehow everyone on the other team is playing flawlessly, like they're just a bunch of, like, perfectly trained AI algorithms. And you're like, what the hell is this? Then, you know, you have the rogue that's just stealthing in a corner, and you're like, okay, what did I do to deserve this again? Yeah, I thought Three Hopes was really good. I just didn't care for the story. And the fact that it being a war story just meant most of the character development involved people just being shitheads to each other, which was kind of not endearing or relatable. But the gameplay was really good. Probably my favorite of the 4 Nintendo Warriors games in that regard. I really liked Age of Calamity too, but there was like no strategy in that game at all. It was just straight combat, which was like still fun, but it felt like it was missing something. Three Hopes actually felt like kind of challenging, which was nice. Now, some of that might be on me, because I actually chose to play Three Hopes on the highest difficulty. Whereas Age of Calamity I played on, like, normal, I think, and it was just way too easy. Ah, shit. Okay, that's fine. No, you can't. Stop. Alright, Byron, that's understandable. I don't know how long you were streaming, but it is late, so I get that you have other stuff you want to do. That's like half of why I don't really raid anymore, is because usually I'm just like, I want to like go not stare at my computer screen for a little while now. But it's definitely appreciated that you brought everyone over. I'll have to look into your channel after the stream tonight. In fact, I'm going to bring it up right after this race so that I don't forget. I got 2 red shells, it just wasn't enough to matter. Oh, it looks like you're just getting started. Maybe not. Maybe you just don't have your... Oh no, the archives are separated. Did they update this stuff? I apparently haven't looked at channel pages in a while. I went straight to videos, because that's usually where it puts the archives. Apparently they changed that. Anyway, I will look into that more later. No, I wouldn't say, even on hard, I wouldn't say Three Houses was difficult, but it was like, it required thought. Whereas Age of Calamity didn't. I often just, like, face-rolled Age of Calamity and got through it just fine. Like, I didn't really have to think about what I was doing. There weren't, like, tight timers or anything where it was like, if you don't act quickly enough. Like, most of the other Warriors games do that shit where it's like, an ally of yours is under attack, so run to their support before they fall, and if you don't do that, you game over. Like, you have to pay attention to what's going on the map. Age of Calamity was just kind of like, just run around and kill enemies. And it was still fun, but it was just, it felt like there was something missing. On the other hand, I actually liked the story of that, so that was a plus. And I saw you ask if I play fighting games. Really only Smash Brothers, and even then I don't play it at all seriously and I don't stream it. I like fighting games in concept, I'm just too old to put that amount of time into getting good at them. I didn't shoot too. Where's the shortcut at on this stage? I know there is one. I'm probably not gonna have a mushroom on the final lap though. I tend to not like competitive games at all, really. Again, I feel like competition brings out the worst in me. Thank you for the subscription, whoever that was. Multi-man, love to see it. And anyone else who may have that... I don't know how YouTube alerts are working anymore. Like, there was like a solid year where I had not seen a subscription alert at all. I think they just stopped working for a while. Ah, fuck. Ah, well. Yeah, I think I put Three Hopes down to play something else, and then I just kind of never went back to it. Because, like, the story just didn't engage me at all. And again, it, like, wasn't doing that well from a stream perspective. See, I think I could still put my mind... I think I could put my mind to it and, like, get good at, like, a fighting game, but I just... not interested enough, and there's other things I want to do with my time. It's the curse of, like, variety gaming, is that you kind of don't have time to devote 1,000 hours to one game to get, like, really good at it. Monster Hunter's probably my closest thing that I've spent that amount of time on. And even then, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm like a top-tier player or anything. I mean, we shouldn't be looking at that game in that perspective anyway, because of it's not a competitive game, but people treat it like competitive because meta games are awful and cancer. Anyway, that's a different topic entirely. Nah, try to look at chat. I guess another, if you want to call it a fighting game, that I really liked was Dissidia. Except for the one where they tried to make it super competitive online fighting game, and then I was like, this is dumb. I'm the worst shot in the world. Well, he somehow went off the rails anyway. Oh, I didn't know that was our last race. Where the hell did Riley go? You're probably going to be re-downloading everything all night, right, Guy? Well, we have time for 32 races, but let's not do all 32 in a row. That seems insane. And I mentioned earlier, this is like a completely random, not gaming thing, but it's something I've been like kind of putting off for a while. I have all this stuff over here that I have not unpacked since moving. That are basically time capsules because they've been closed up for so long, and I might just drag one of those over at the end of the stream and be like, hey, let's open this and go through it and see what we find. I don't know, though. I don't really feel like it. We'll see. Although, you could join with one of your other Switches, couldn't you, Guy? Come to think of it. Like, you still have a light, don't you? Yeah, I've come up a couple times, because a couple months ago, I don't remember what game we were talking about, when we started talking about the e-reader for the Game Boy Advance, and I have one of those somewhere, and I think I wanted to look for the cards. I think it came up like a week ago that I was like, I should dig out all my old Pokemon cards and see if they're worth anything. And then we were talking a lot about music earlier, and I was trying to remember where the vinyls I have are. And I think they're in one of those. If they're not, I don't know where they are. Yikes. Someone's bloodthirsty. Yeah, it do be getting late for people. I'm still trying to, like, start streaming earlier again, but it just hasn't been working out lately. For a couple days there, I was managing to start at 8:30 like semi-consistently, and now I'm like late every single day again. I miss late night YouTube. For sure. I remember when there were like enough people watching at night that I could stream from 8 to 2, take an hour off, and then start another stream, and like it would still be popping. That is absolutely not a thing anymore. Oh yeah. For some reason you said 2 o'clock, and I was like, you're right, it is 2 o'clock. No, it isn't. It's 1 o'clock. It's still late. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, that's, like, the really strange thing, is that something's... I don't know if it's something that's broken with YouTube's algorithm in general, or if it's just it broke for me. I don't know. I used to get a lot more, like, West Coast and overseas viewers, and I don't get those at all anymore. You'd think that streaming late wouldn't be a death sentence, because you would just be getting people who are on the West Coast who it's only 10 o'clock for, or 11 o'clock? Whatever. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock is right. But that just doesn't work. Like, that just isn't a thing. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe it's because I've streamed 36 episodes of Monster Hunter and nobody wants to watch Monster Hunter. That might be the problem. No, stop, you can't. I should have saved one of those mushrooms. Yeah, Guy's about it. And I think Coulter's in, like, Arizona or something. I do hope to see you stopping again, though, for sure. Or anyone else that might still be lurking around after the raid as well. I don't know what I'm going to be playing lately. Is kind of... So I can't even be like, hey, here's what we're going to be doing, because I have no idea. I'm going to play Fire Emblem when that comes out, but that, like, until then, I'm still not completely sure. What the hell? Yeah, they used to say, like, a long time ago, and it's still true. I remember people, like, apologizing for, like, oh, I fell asleep watching the stream, I'm sorry. I'm like, why? Why? How many people fall asleep watching late-night television? Like, really, there's nothing that makes me feel more like an entertainer than that. Is that a thing in Canada? I haven't heard about that. I think I would have, watching as much Northern Lion as I do, that he'd probably be talking about it. Oh, what a new unit for Fire Emblem. Yeah, they keep showing more and more shit, and I'm like, I don't want to know about any of this stuff. They really are pushing it, like, real hard. Fortunately, I feel like a lot of it they've posted is very... click the link, click the video to see more kind of updates. It hasn't been a lot of, like, here's an image that immediately spoils half of the game, you know what I mean? So it's been avoidable, at least. Ah, fuck. Yeah, I haven't heard about that. That seems weird. in 2022, that seems like a strange thing to try and pass. Ah, shit. This is not gonna... Yeah, a bunch of them are gonna pass me because I didn't get good items in the last item box. You hate to see it. Yeah, it seems like a really... That sounds like a China kind of thing to do, if I'm being completely honest. Maybe Northern Line hasn't talked about it because he, like... I guess I don't know how much of his, like, income is from YouTube and how much of it is from Twitch. So he might not care if he doesn't... If more of his income is from Twitch anyway. Or he thinks there's a very slim chance of it passing, so he's not worried about it, which is possible. Who, Canada trying to ban TikTok? Or China? It's China-made, isn't it? Or do you mean, like, the US? The US was mad about it because there's something about it as a Chinese-made application that it's like... The China government, like, it requires that you, like, collect data on your customers or some shit like that. It's some privacy problem. Been a while since I've read about that. Now, I'm starting to fizzle out a little bit, actually. I mean, I guess when I started the stream, I mentioned how fucking tired I was. So I guess it makes sense that it would come crashing back down at some point. Cool. I love it when the last item box just doesn't give you anything to, like, fight back with. Yeah, I don't follow. Like, it's kind of like a, if they banned it, I'm kind of like, it's no skin off my back, really. Well, there's a difference between most apps tracking your data to, like, customize your advertising experience or something, and the way China does it, as far as I know. Like, I think they require people do it as, like, a surveillance kind of thing. Which is a bit more questionable. This track's okay. I don't love it or hate it. Again, it's just like all the other city tracks now, so I'm kind of disenchanted with it in that regard. You can tell that the tour tracks were made from the perspective of, like, have a bunch of different tracks, routes, so that we can reuse these as many times as we can. And just add a bunch of stuff and... Hey, look, it's another new track. Like, I would probably say... I always disagree strongly when someone says that item luck is just skill. Like, strong disagree. But that final lap between the last item block and the finish line is where a lot of strategy comes into play, because that's your last item. I think the rest of the race, it means nothing, because anything could still change. But especially without worrying about blue shells and lightning bolts, where items just feel more strategic in general, I feel like that last section is where it's like, this is where your item usage really matters. Which is why it feels so bad if you get really bad items from that last block. So it's still, like, all luck. But I think it just matters more there than it does anywhere else. Like, items don't matter on the first lap, is kind of what I'm getting at. I'd argue that they don't in the second lap either. Luck is skill? No, it isn't. At best, there's playing the odds. And like I said, it does feel a lot better when there's no blue shells or lightning bolts coming out of nowhere to fuck everything up. Like, for sure, but... I don't need that. Get the shit out of here. I still wonder if I should turn the super horn off, because it just doesn't seem as useful when there's shells. God damn it. And I'm screwed, because I have a fireball and a banana. Well, kept more people from passing me, at least, I guess. I think it's the fact that you have to, like, hit the luck check before the skill matters. Does that make sense? Just sure, there's a skill in using the items correctly, but you have to rely on luck giving you the right items to begin with. I don't think the super horn's that strategic. I mean, it is, but I don't think it's adding anything when it doesn't have that counter. Now it's just run into somebody and let it rip, I guess. At best, it's oh, there's a red shell coming for me. So it's still protective, but the problem is like, when you get that item in, like, 3rd, 4th place, it just feels like, why would I want this? Like, where I just got it there, it was like, no, everyone's so far ahead of me, it doesn't matter. It's just not helpful. Like, here it's good. That was a great time to get it. Again, it's the luck of the draw. Sometimes you just get it when there's not a good time to use it. Sometimes you do. In theory, it would be more strategic. You could just hold on to it until it becomes useful, but that's like... I think holding on to items for an entire race is a bad idea. Keeping in mind that I do it very often. Usually not meaning to, though. It's usually that I'm, like, paying more attention to talking to you guys than I am playing the game. And I just don't notice that I haven't used my item yet. I was not even paying attention. I was looking at the shortcut to line it up, because I wasn't exactly sure where it was. Cool. I'm so glad that all of these hits are, like, very, very, very skill focused. God, that, like, barely helped me. Would anything have helped me there? Probably not, to be fair. I think a bullet bill would have probably done the same that the gold mushroom did. Except then it would have ignored the shortcut, so I don't think that would have actually helped that much. I would have had to let it cook long enough to get on the shortcut myself, and then there's a chance it would have just U-turned and gone back to the track. I've seen it do that before. Oh, fuck. It's been a while since I've done that. Accidentally turned on transparency on my headphones. I feel like we've seen this course like 50 times tonight. I'm not a big fan of this course, though, is kind of the thing, so... I still keep thinking, though, like, there's a lot of items where I'm like, I'm tempted to get rid of this. But really, it's just removing sides of the die. Like, if you were playing a die-based gambling game, and you just started saying, let's just take the 6 off. and replace it with a 2. And then, like, oh, you know what? The 5 isn't very good either. Let's replace it with a 3. That's just, like... It's making it too consistent. So, sure, the coins don't feel very useful. I think most people would agree that coins are a pretty feel-bad item. But if you take those out... Just not being able to draw them completely changes the way that the game is played. As we saw with when we took out lightning bolts and all of a sudden blue shells were popping up like 3 a lap. There's unforeseen consequences there. Okay. Love when that happens. Gotta show restraint is really all I'm getting at. Well, that's bad. The fuck? Where'd Link come from? He actually drove into that, didn't he? You dumb son of a bitch. I had to, like... I was trying to go for him with the green shell, but I was like, he's literally, like, luring me into the bomb. I need to, like, lay off and just let him do that, I guess. I think he was trying to pull me into it. I think he was trying to, like, if I go down, I'm taking you with me, kind of thing. And I almost fell for it. How many did I do? 16? We'll probably just stop after this one. I'm hungry. Also, still very tired. What just happened? I'm on to you, video game. That was way too far ahead for that to be a good move. See, in this case, that's a shit-ass item. I guess I could have held on to it for that, though. I didn't think we were... We are really far ahead. I didn't think I'd have to worry about a red shell there. What do I want a fire flower for? Ah, shit. Well, I now have a reason to have a fire flower. It's too late. Where did Riley go? Do I have... I don't really have a shelf ready to put the DS and 3DS games on. Yeah, I'm starting to think Mario Kart nights are, like, doomed to not be 6 hours anymore. Which is why I say we're gonna stop after this set before my mind goes down the path of the more extremely negative, like, what's the point kind of logic. What? God, they need to add an indicator for, like, what item you're getting hit with. The amount of times I got hit and I didn't see what it was is, like, kind of unreal. I don't know, nobody said anything. We had those 2 people really early that sounded like they were interested in playing, but, like... That reminds me, I have to go into, like, the chat thing, when it shows the chat rules, like, when you first enter the stream, and I have to add, like, fucking introduce yourself, instead of just being, like, what's your friend code? Treat me like I'm a person, and not a machine that's here to host a lobby for you. I'll react significantly more positively to it. Maybe I'm being bitter, but I just don't feel the need to, like, treat people like people if they're not gonna treat me like people. I know, questionable grammar. What was that? Was that the Inkling that did that? There was nobody close to me. What is happening? I'm so confused. Also have to pee again, so that's a thing. Ah, oh, fuck me. Life just gets worse. it just goes downhill. God damn. Charles, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I think she just picked Berlin Byways, actually. Did you ever get your feeling back, Scarlet, or does it still feel like they changed the stats on your car? If they did change anything about mine, I think I've adjusted to it by now. You know what I just realized? The fake item block isn't in this game, is it? I don't know what made me suddenly realize that I haven't seen that in, like, years. Just all of a sudden I was like, oh yeah, that's not a thing. Ah, motherfucker. Well, hated that. The way I pulled ahead of someone at the end, apparently. I wonder why they decided to get rid of it. It hit me because that stage has so many item blocks clustered together. I forgot to pick the track, by the way, my bad. That it made me aware of, like, I need to be careful of which of these is, like, real. And which one isn't. And then I was like, oh wait, that's not a thing. I will say, despite the fact that, like, nobody's playing, we still got, like, a pretty solid group, like, hanging out viewer-wise, so shoutouts to all of you lurkers. Apparently I get bombs now. That's a thing. I have a funny feeling in my throat. I think it's just because I'm really thirsty, but I'm worried that I'm getting sick. It's been kind of on my mind for like the last hour. It just very suddenly I was like, uh-oh. Whoop. Didn't expect to bounce off the curb like that. Nah, fuck. Bastard. Oh, no. Are there any of the new tracks that we haven't seen yet tonight? We saw Rainbow Road, we saw... Was that supposed to happen? I don't think I knew you could ramp off of those guys. We saw Rainbow Road, we saw... Boo Lake. Saw Maple Treeway. I don't think we saw Rock Mountain, but fuck that place. It has done nothing to deserve that second rock. Oh, god damn it. Where did my... Oh, the Boo stole it. Okay, just in time. Okay, yeah, fuck you. Okay, I got it. I got it. Yeah, fuck you. I think Rock Mountain's the only one we haven't seen, but again, fuck Rock Mountain, so... I think the rest of them we've seen. Yeah, I think we've seen the rest of them. Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me? I mean, at least it's not a, like... I don't hate this course, it's just boring. There's just nothing going on. It has that 3DS problem where it's just... there's nothing to it. You said we haven't seen Rock Rock. Yeah, but what did I say after that? Okay, not who I wanted you to go after. I wish you had more control over Red Shell aim. I was trying my best to, like, aim it at the guy ahead of Scarlet. Because it made more sense they weren't carrying a banana peel. And the game just, like, severely auto-corrected. Oh, okay. Nah. I do think the music's better. At least. Like, this one is, like, similar to Peach Gardens. I think it needed something in the final lap. Like, they had to do something to make this one more interesting. Like a landslide opening up another path or something. I don't know. It just reeks of we're using a lot of 3DS courses because they're really easy to port over. At least Rainbow Road was already, like, kind of unique. No, I always forget about that pipe there. Well, that's not gonna help me, so I'm just locked in 5th. Good driving, Daisy. Oh, my nose is so itchy. Yeah, I think Airship Fortress would be a pretty solid one. DS courses were all, like, mostly really good. I don't think Bowser's Castle and honestly Peach Garden kind of have this feeling of, like, they just kind of dropped assets in. Like, the track doesn't feel very deliberately created. Bowser's Castle especially is very... And now there's another thing here. It doesn't, like, flow from one place to the other. GameCube Bowser's Castle is the one I want to see. That one was sick. It was challenging, but in, like, a reasonable way. Again, it, like, the track flowed instead of just being, like, here's a thing, now here's another thing. Oh god. Wow, really? Alright. Oh, there must have been somebody behind me. What track was that? I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to what number we're on. I wish they had that on, like, the lobby screen or something. No, there's one more after this. Mario Golf had this problem, too, where it didn't say on the screen, like, what hole number you were on. It would say, like, you're on the 15th hole, but it wouldn't say you're on hole, like, 2 of 7. You couldn't do them in 7s, but you know what I mean. Cool. Ah, fuck. I thought I'd make it. Going back to, the conversation about relatable characters, I think that's why characters like Bowser Jr., I think, are just objectively bad. Because there's nothing to relate to there. It's just a fucking baby. And I think, like, we spend our entire lives trying, like, striving to not relate to babies. You know what I mean? So it's not a relatable character. Like, a baby that's just throwing a fucking tantrum is kind of like, who cares? No, I think we should end with the Christmas one. Actually. Oh, I mean, I guess we're probably gonna play this over Christmas weekend too, but fuck it, whatever. I actually think there's too many rainbow roads in this game, and they're probably going to add at least one more, and that makes me a little grouchy. As long as it's not the Wii one. I don't know if I'd really care for the GameCube one either. They should put the DS one in. That would be cool. I always forget that second ramp is there. Bowser Jr.'s in his 20s. Then he should act like a fucking adult. That's how I feel about that. Oh my god. But yeah, that's why I think that's why baby characters tend to fall flat with people. I think that's why kid characters tend to fall flat with people, because people don't want to relate to children. Now, to a point, if they're well written, I think it still works because we've all been children, so we can still relate to situations they've been in. And I guess we've all been babies, too, but we don't, like, have memory of that. So we can't really relate to, goddamn, I wish someone would change my fucking diaper. Like, that's not a relatable character trait. God damn it, applesauce for lunch again? This is bullshit. Like, that's just not... I don't think it clicks. I like how Wario didn't slow down at all when I hit him with that. This game's got good netcode, for sure. I'm fucking tired. I'm also very hungry. I wish the AI would, like... I wish it did the thing in Grand Prix, where it just picks somebody and says this is the one that's gonna be, like, the one that's difficult to beat in this particular set of races. The fact that they're scattered all over makes it very difficult for them to be seen as a threat. Even if they beat you in one race, you're gonna be like, well, they're probably gonna get last next time, so who cares? I guess that's closer to how players are, though, in theory. The average player. Anyway, I'm rambling. I really gotta use the bathroom, so we're gonna get the hell out of here. Actually, I was hoping to hit 5 hours before we did, but we're a couple minutes early. But that's okay, because I gotta use the bathroom, and I'm hungry, and I'm tired. So, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna be off tomorrow, as per usual. We'll be back on Sunday finishing up Pokemon Legends, probably. And then I'm going to spend probably all of tonight and all of tomorrow trying to decide what the hell I'm going to play after that. I think I'm leaning towards Eastward, just because if I don't have my mind set on anything, I think jumping into something that I don't know what to expect is a pretty good match, but we'll see. I might change my mind, so. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out tonight. Thank you to Viren for that raid earlier, too. I definitely gotta check his channel out tonight. And enjoy your weekends, and I'll see you guys on Sunday.